Memory Armageddon continues. What's up? What's up? Yeah, lucky. Hope we get lucky today. Get a nice little rally. I don't have a digital microscope. Nope. Is two. Still standing, baby. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, Barnawi. Good morning, Amir. Good morning, Captain. Me. Captain. Boat. Thank you for joining me this morning. Check, check, check. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Bear Nation. Let's go, Clark. Baba, wow. Look at the Baba rally. Bear market. We've had just a few down days. Come on now. I'm not a fan. I normally wouldn't be a fan of the Neo Clouds, but for Shaz, there is I do think that Leopold is going to get a deal done there. So they'll have a deal with Anthropic or something. I don't follow uranium. Sorry. You guys ever look at analog devices? I have not in a long time. Yeah, I have Abivex. And I have Crinetics. So brutal memory trade, but I'm confident it'll be up today. You feel like a buyout is imminent? Or what? How do you feel like a buyout is imminent? I feel it in my bones. Who's going to win the World Cup? I don't care. I don't give a... All right, so Analog Devices, been around forever, 184 billion market cap. About a $400 stock price, 380. Any of you guys trades this? ADI is the ticker. Analog Devices. Revenue up quite a lot. Is IonQ plummeting? I don't know if that's the right way to put it. It's sort of been trading in a big range. It was at 8. It went all the way up to 50. We shorted it. Jensen bailed us out. Went to 27. We shorted it again. Got murdered. Went all the way down. Made a little money back. Shorted it more, thinking it was going to 0. Nope. It went up 48. Crucified us. Slowed down. Built the short back up. Then rest in peace to 76. Even went up to 83. I think I would cover out some of it, and then I short a little bit here. Back down to 50. Sliding away all the way down to 27, thinking it's over. Nope. Back up to 70. And here we are down to 40 again. God damn. IonQ's been a max pain stock. If you look at the area above the curve and the area below the curve in the negative space, this is like the definition of max pain. Right? So like these guys are all money losers, right? These guys are all money losers who were short. These guys, the long's all money losers again. The only guy winning this battle is the guy staying even keeled. What's up, Jaden? There are any milk in the fridge, man. Oat milk. Fuck is oat milk? You guys know what oat milk is? How do you make milk from oats? Serious question. Try to give people a nice place to work. Just want a little milk, real milk. Put in the fridge. It's oat milk. I'm just kidding. I don't really care. In case any of my coworkers are watching. I haven't looked at ASTS in a while. Yeah, I know about JSpace. They evacuated yesterday, but we're good now. Hello, you can hear me. I think you can hear me. You might want to adjust your mic. We're safe, don't worry. PTJ is on the record to blow off top would happen, so shouldn't things like that be shorts now? How long does the blow off top last? I don't think we've seen a blow off top. You'll see a blow off top when the AI companies go public, I think. But I don't know. I got in through the side door. Is Pfizer a short? No. Well, I am short Pfizer, but not because of this building. They moved out a long time ago. Quite frankly, the best thing to happen to Pfizer would be if the building collapsed while the C-suite was in it. I hate to say it. That's so mean. That would not be such a bad thing for the stock. That's how bad their team has been. I don't want to get canceled. Yeah, I do think the SaaS names are attractive, especially Adobe. Dario is suspect, dude. Dario is sus as fuck. I don't know what Stellatos is. I don't think anybody else does either, dude. Yeah, Pfizer's too stupid to buy Abivax, dude. Analog devices, 3.6 billion last quarter. Yeah, I think like stuff like Texas Instruments and ADI are probably shorts because they're not really levered to AI, but at the same time, hey, revenue grew 50%. So it's still cyclical, but that's a lot. Okay, 37%. That's a lot of growth. I'm not really a money manager. That's not my job. My job is I'm an entrepreneur. I do trade a little bit. I make trading software, so it only makes sense. I stay on top of things. So, will Replimune get approved? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. Everybody wants to, if we could tell the future. I've never thought of selling call options in 25 years of trading. I have thought of selling call options, yes. Calls and puts and equities are all subject to efficient market hypothesis. So if you have a directional take on vol, you can express it, but blindly doing anything, that's like saying, did you ever think about buying stocks? Yes, I've bought stocks. Did you ever think about shorting stocks? Yes, I've done that too. All at the right time, the right place, for the right reason. But if you have a strategy of I'm just going to sell vol, this is not a viable strategy. Now, selling downside vol is an interesting one. Some people do feel like that is a long-term. There's implied vol, and then you could sell upside or downside extrema. So if you just always are selling puts, that's the direction. But those puts have an implied vol. If they're expensive, you may want to sell them. If they're cheap, you may want to buy them. That's what Universa does. That's Talib's fund. Their tail risk fund, so-called tail risk fund. They buy really out of the money puts, hoping that disaster occurs, or I should say maybe expecting that disaster will occur. It's the fat tail or the black swan. We always take 5 minutes for Harambe every morning. Yeah, I'm long and wrong on Micron. Just waiting it out. I've been trading. I did pretty well trading yesterday, but the net position still stinks. Don't know SECZ. Yeah, I know, Teddy. That's partially the directional nature of the microphone, right? No covered call income is a life hack. TikTok, the TikTok's a little misleading on that one. Now, if you have the right stock, the right, option strategy, maybe. But not one I'm aware of you can just put together tomorrow. Yeah, I've heard somebody else mentioned the wheel to me once. That was absurd. I don't even want to know what it is. And then the gamma stuff. Oh my god. And the dealer positioning. Oh, that stuff is such voodoo. Like the options flows. Please don't look at options flows. I don't think they're relevant. Buffett did some Buffett doesn't do modeling as much as he would sort of do it in his head. So and remember, people had spreadsheets, that literal sheets of paper. That was the thing. And you can definitely track that, and Buffett would track. So he would have a ledger that he would put numbers into. So I think that everyone has their method. And for me, spreadsheet is less about, pretty similar to Buffett. I mean, it's less about the exact number and forecasting. It's just a force of habit to get you into this position where you're, looking at and trying to understand the company. The basics of, how much revenue do they have? What do the margin structure look like? What does the capital structure look like? All that stuff is, you have to know it if you're going to invest or trade, or maybe more if you're going to invest in the company. You should know it anyway, even if you're going to trade it or whatever. And by taking notes on the companies, you get a pretty good sense for, what you want to do with the stock. Yeah, I think Buffett's still alive. I'm not sure he's well, unfortunately, but he is old, and we all lose the battle with Father Time. I hope to lose it a long time from now. I lost my father a couple years ago, as you guys may know. But I have a baby boy, which is an incredible gift, despite I wouldn't call it incredible loss, because like I said earlier, everyone has to go through the pain of losing. Yeah, Abivex is very crowded. I would not have it be my biggest position, that's for sure. I would own it, but not. I would not be, out of control. I do want to look at CG Oncology later. Bud. I love calling him Bud for no reason. Okay, so say 12 in revs. Okay, ADI is pretty expensive, man. Yeah. ADI has been on a tear too. I think they make a lot of power ICs. But wow, what a rally. Woodwood's the best. I think young Shkreli died. He was just a crazy schizophrenic dude. Yeah, I'm long AKTS. I should stream on Kick too. I don't know how. SpaceX is up. Let's see what's going on most. Rivian price to deal down 4 or 5%. Nokia down a little bit. Alibaba's story of the day, man, up 9%. Intel down 1. SpaceX up, as I mentioned a second ago. Micron down 3. Ondas flat. Nvidia down 1%. SoFi down 2%. And Plug Power. Fuel Cell did a deal 20% down there. We had some guy buying it in Godel yesterday. He is doing well. He bought it at the low. Iron down 1%. Rocket Lab up 4%. Marvell down 2. Palantir down 3. NewScale down. IonQ down. OpenDoor down. CLSQ is trading that much. Well, it is a $2 stock, so it doesn't really mean much. Okay. SanDisk down 3%. Okay. What is this Token Cat? Weird company. I have to see if that's an error. I think it might be. Who knows? All right, Alibaba, Prime Medicine. Ironwood's up 5% as well. Nothing too exciting here. Celsuity, if you guys remember that one. BridgeBio Oncology. Hey, good morning. Thank you. And Baidu's up too. And then Kura Sushi down 11%. Well, Micron's traded the most amount of dollars, $3 billion so far. $910, down 3%. SanDisk number 2 has traded $1.5 billion, down 3%. Nvidia, much bigger company, has only traded a fraction of the volume. Same amount as Intel, about 2/3 of $1 billion, both down 1%. Alibaba's traded $500 million along with SpaceX. Both are up. Alibaba, though, is up 9%. Tesla, AMD, and Marvell are all down a little bit. Broadcom's up a little bit. Broadcom's been acting very strong over the last several sessions, despite having TPU issues. I think that seems like it's in the stock at this point. All right. Trump says may strike Iran again tonight. Tonight. SpaceX expected to launch a new model today. Cursor model. Elon said it's going to be a Elon said it's going to be a pretty solid model. Current run rate of the AI trade, or risk reward, sorry, not run rate. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what you're trading. I think there'll start to be some bifurcation. Building it did not collapse. We are safe for now. But yeah, I mean, look, there's been a big sell-off, right? I mean, the risk reward changes with the price. You know, when the price changes, the risk reward changes. It'll be interesting if Oklo continues to sell off. I was very curious about that one. Also watching Lite, Lite. Maybe you should buy some NVIDIA. Adobe also looks very attractive. Most of the NASDAQ charts are pretty similar. Down, down, down. I'm long Bloom Energy as well. I don't know why. I just am. all part of the same trade. Well, there's one stock that looks very different as Adobe. Adobe's been rallying like crazy. And Nvidia's been relatively stable. Down, no, pretty much the same thing. Just have to adjust the axis. Axes. Adobe as we speak. What 1,000 Adobe? 219.5. Oh, nice, Dosh. Don't know much about SLN or Oric. I will look at Oric at some point. Silence is a weird company. Berkshire. Yeah, Berkshire is always always a good long. Oracle, please don't spam my chat and ask over and over and over again. I don't like it when you do that. Yeah, we got to look at Oracle. Oracle's been such a dog. It can't be that bad. I'll look at that later. Yep. Oracle definitely. The thing about Oracle is they're very profitable, so I think they'll delever. Yeah, if you look at ADI, it's funny. Yeah, this is a good short. Look at this revenue pattern. 12 billion, right? 9 billion. 11 billion. And this year's going to be what, another 13? I don't know. This seems not great. You want me to come work for you? You fucking stupid? At a promising startup? Bruh. The fuck? You better watch how you speak to me, dog. I would not work for you if you gave me the entire equity of your company. Literally the entire equity. You give me every share of your company, I still wouldn't work for you. 100% stock issuance to me. Still be like, yeah, dude, no. Oh, don't be creepy, bandit. Really, don't do that. That is not cool whatsoever. Please delete that. I don't know that you need guts to create your own hedge fund. I think you need a little stupidity. I am going to do a receptionist. We're looking for a receptionist. So if you know anybody, feel free to shoot in a resume. But I'm going to make a video for the receptionist job that's like over the top qualifications requirements. So one great thing ChatGPT can do is I can just ask it, and I think there's by the way, ChatGPT releasing today too, possibly, same day potentially as SpaceX AI, but I also heard it was supposed to be yesterday, so we don't know. Tell me about analog devices revenue composition. Just give me a small table or paragraph about it. I used to know this, but I'm kind of a bum now. Okay, industrial is half the business. Automotive, consumer, communications. Like, why is this stock up so much when they don't even benefit? Oh, they don't even benefit. Sure, they benefit a little bit. And they probably are robotics play at some point, but at some point, doing a lot of work. I'm short SLS. I think it's a zero. It's a joke of a company. It's not even a real company, dude. You're a sucker if you're in this stock. You probably heard about it on Reddit. You think you have the next cancer cure. You don't. Spoiler alert, you're still an idiot. Not trying to insult anybody, by the way. But some people need to learn the lesson the hard way. And I'm here to teach it. Now, if I were a really mean guy, I wouldn't warn you. I would just take your money. But I'm kind of a nice dude. And I'm trying to rehab my image. After being convicted erroneously of a felony. I need to rehab my image. So I'm trying to give you advice. All right? And that's my advice. Stay the fuck away from that stock. All right? Yeah, I should do that as a floxacin. I need buyers, right? Unfortunately, I'm not that evil. That would be heinous. Fucking heinous. I met a kid who says heinous all the time. It's pretty funny. I like him. He's young. Pause, pause, pause. I know a lot of young dudes who are very like successful or about to be very successful. It's cool, man. I'm happy for these guys. I want them to win, you know? I don't really know IBRX as well. My YNs, man. That's it. I got love for my YNs. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Thoughts on Etch? That's another YN right there. I love Gavin, man. Gavin dropped out of Harvard, started Etched. Who do you call, bruh? Of course he called the Skrull. The problem is, if you guys want some lore, you want some ball knowledge, I was on the call with Gavin, right? And I said, listen, I don't really know hardware. At the time, I didn't. I know a little bit more now, but I don't know it like I know biopharma. But it's fun to learn new businesses, you know? I said, listen, I felt like a rapper when I did this. I swear to God. I said, I don't know hardware, but I know somebody who does. And then I invited the homie, George Hotz, Geo Hotz, that's right, baby, to the track. Felt like a producer. And Geo Hotz comes into the Zoom or the chat, the signal, whatever the fuck it was. And they're like, what the fuck? Why is Geo Hotz here? And I'm like, that's my homie. Help me figure out the investment. And Geo Hotz rolls in. But Geo Hotz goes ballistic on this kid. And I'm like, bro, slow down. I'm trying to defend. I'm defending him. I'm like, look, take it easy. He's bucking wilding out. No, you're not going to tape it out. No, fuck that. Da, 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 da. I'm like, yo, bro, chill. You could tell me that after the call. But he's not holding back. I'm like, I invited you as a guest, dog. What are you doing? But, you know, Gavin, he's pushing back. He's like, no, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. And I was impressed with he had some spine to push back on him. And, man, that shit was crazy. I've never seen fake story. Yeah, that's how Light to go. That's how I introduced him. That's how he knows about Etched. I introduced him. And That thing was it was and ever since then he's been hating on it. It was a catalyst to start his hate. So I told Gavin the other day, I was like, sorry, dude. I don't know why. I don't know why GeoHots hates you so much. But like a lot of people really sleep on Gavin, man. At the end of the day, first of all, he's a YN who raised almost $1 billion. All right, you gotta just give him a round of applause for that. You know, now I understand there are people who are like, oh, it's gonna be the Theranos of chips, and it's like, bruh, the fuck, that's a real nasty, pessimistic way to look at the world. Like, let the guy cook a little bit. And he works with Taiwan Semi. Chips are looking good. You know, it's easy to hate on somebody, but like, damn. It doesn't cost you anything to just salute him, you know? I salute you, bro. That's it. Doesn't cost you anything. Base 10 is another story. I have the book, the inference book from Base 10. I don't know if you guys saw that yet. That's kind of interesting. They put out a whole book on inference engineering. I don't know, Base 10, you know, look, software-based inference optimization is interesting. And now the whole valley is talking about, you know, big transformer speed up, subquadratic. And that's actually one of the bear cases for memory. At the same time, which is bigger context windows, baby. No, Bandit, no. Well, you guys are asking about some really interesting startups. There's some elite ball knowledge here. Micron getting shellacked. Meanwhile, SanDisk is rallying back. Something's just wrong with Micron, man. This is bullshit. SanDisk does appear to be pretty resilient. It's dropped a lot, and I don't know. I like it. SpaceX is my whipping boy. That's my short. Everyone's short SpaceX. It's just like basically pretty good alpha. I mean, in the long run, Elon's always right. In the short run, hard to see SpaceX going up in front of all the VCs getting out and all that stuff. Crazy valuation, retail disappointed and no pop. In the long run, Elon always wins, but we're not playing the long run, are we? Okay. SanDisk down 2%, Micron down 4, really heavy. Intel down 2. How's Apple doing? Apple's up 40 bips. Microsoft's down 1.3. Amazon down about 1%. How's the Goog? Goog is down 25 bips. Goog's been interesting. Could maybe a good long. SpaceX, I mentioned up 2%. Bloom down 2%. Here's our friend ADI. Micron rallying, Adobe flat. Wild. Wild action. is what goes up data. Data's a weird thing. Sometimes you get data when you expect it. All right. All right. So we're short ADI while we're long Micron and SanDisk. SanDisk are really riffing. I think it keeps going. Intel really lagging here. Love to see it. Our SpaceX is really lagging too. Whew, I can barely breathe out here. Let's check out most again. Micron's now up 1% after being down, what, 4 or 5% this morning? Nice recovery. Should set it up for being bullish all day. SanDisk, same story, was down 5-6% this morning, now up 4. Big reversal. NVIDIA up very slightly. Broadcom acting like huge strength the last 3 or 4 days, despite rumors of TPU problems. Intel now feeling like it has the flu. It's been very weak, despite big rallies elsewhere. Intel feels like it got a little ahead of itself for a while. Tesla down 2%. AMD up fractionally. Not really participating in a bit of a relief rally, despite getting shellacked as well. SpaceX very weak. We are short. That's our biggest short. Just for trading. No shade to Elon, the greatest ever. Alibaba now 10%. Apple and Microsoft down fractionally, as well as Meta. Palantir, getting shit on, down 6%. One has to wonder what AI is going to do to Palantir, or if AI is the beneficiary. Marvell up 2%. Amazon down 1%. Not much to do there, I don't think. But Dell's up 5%. Taiwan Semi up 1%. Google down 1%. Google may be a buy here. Applied Materials rebounding, as well as Western Digital, Nebius, ASML. And Bloom surprisingly down 3%. Crazy stuff. I don't know anything about ClearPoint. I never did. Cure is weird. Cure is gonna, will Cure get rejected by the FDA again? I mean, it's it's a pretty crazy situation. This is like one of these really high alpha biotech situations. It's hard to trade. You better have an edge, man, or you have a really strong feeling something's gonna happen. Yeah, Palantir really noteworthy. Nobody wants to own Palantir. Palantir is not quite cheap yet, but it's also okay. Maybe just misunderstood. Not sure I'm ready to jump in and buy it, but I'm RNA. This is the Moderna short. Real bad man. No, I don't even know what autopilot is. I do know what it is, but that's how I think of it. Maybe short some Broadcom. SpaceX rebounding a bit. Building is still standing. I haven't looked at Poet or Marvell. I've heard bad things about Poet, but I can't say I know it well. Where's my light? I own light. Light's doing all right. Someone's phone is ringing. Pick up the damn phone. Oh, good. You own some spruce. That's great. I like it too. Spruce is, it's a long-term bet. Biotech is funny. Biotech can work quickly, but it often is long-term. Like, I mean, Abivax could take 5 years. There's no, you got to be comfortable with that. There's no freaking, the market has no responsibility to make you happy. In fact, I would argue, by definition, the market's going to try to make you upset and impatient. That's its utility function in some ways. Swing trading, I'd pick a different stock to trade. It's hard to swing trade such a small cap stock. I mean, if it's working for you, good for you, but it's not what I would do. Yeah, so analog devices looks like a really solid short here. It's gone up despite not really being a big participant in AI at all. Supplying auto chips. Not saying anything wrong with auto chips, but does not deserve this re-rating. I remember this was a $10 billion company a long time ago. Now I'm an old man, so I remember all kinds of stuff. But ADI is just, it's a classic, great company. It's just, it doesn't belong in this AI rally, really. Like everybody else, they want to be me too, me too. I do AI. They've had a decent cycle, but I like Microsoft. eye drops. I'm very eyes are really dry here. This is the trader's maladies and sports induced injuries. Kiwi? We got a little kiwi here. Haven't looked at FICO. Oh, I think the investing game's changed a lot. I mean, there's a whole new diligence process. Everything's changed. You know, in some ways, the basic frameworks don't change that much, but how to do proper equity research. What is state of the art methods? Who are the players out there? All these things have changed a bit. You know, that dictates a little bit how you're gonna behave and trade and act. SpaceX look like dog poo poo right now. Got to short more. Yeah, Bandit. I can't really tell you material non-public insider information. That doesn't really work. But I already been to jail once. I don't want to go again. And please don't ask me again. No, I never really knew Do Kwon. SBF, yes. SBF, I think he can redeem himself, but he's kind of has to. How's Quantum doing? Hmm. Small chip rally. Quantum not participating. I don't know how to interpret this. Quantum's sort of dead, isn't it? I mean, what's left?
that drug pharmacy dude, Martin. What's his name?
Martin Shkreli.
Shkreli.
My son. It is my son, yes. Yeah, Celeste's definitely gone to 0. I am short some capper. I'm not sure how much more I want to short. I mean, clearly, it's, a scam company. You can't just grind up some heart cells from cadavers, literally donor hearts, and then go inject them in people and hope that that's going to work. How does a heart cells help a DMD patient anyway? It's just mind-boggling how anyone thinks this could work. How do you find funding for your startup? Make some noise, man. Get some... Why no P&L on top like last challenge? Different broker. Stop spamming my channel as well. Cyber. Don't spam my shit. That's crazy. Samsung can still like double or triple. I don't know if you could prove it won't work, but a very similar drug did not work. So I don't know if that helps. I don't think the amount of money you have and how happy you are really are correlated. I think people who have never been wealthy say that. Unfortunately, it's not really that relevant. I wouldn't say unfortunately. Maybe it's fortunate, I should say. It's more fortunate than not. The things going on in your real life, your family, your loved ones, that matters quite a lot more than how your business is going or things like that. I mean, it can definitely affect it. I mean, matters a lot to me, but you don't want your whole life wrapped up in. Yes, I did, Navi. It's a little bit of a wild statement, but yeah, I'm not paying attention to Visa. Sorry. It just doesn't interest me that much right now. Sometimes we can't really help it. That's how we're doing in our business is very important to us. But if it's the only thing that's important to you, that's not good. Should be one of many things, hopefully. Having my son, I'm very, very grateful for him. It's just a great thing. He's so awesome. Little Bud. He's been talking. He does this very high-pitched squeal, which is very cute, but also annoying, but still cute. He's just my bud. Yeah, he's been on stream a few times. He's a little nugget. Streamer University? What's that? Iran going to war again. I am directionally bullish. Jesse, what's up? Yeah, I think part of the interesting part about Micron is that the immediate cash flow can be put to good use. Um, I do think the products are getting harder to make, which comes with, the more requirements of something just happened with NVIDIA. Sort of requirements of AI are a little more complicated than previous cycles where sort of commodity in, commodity out. These are kind of hard to make now. So there's some IP, and I think the industry is going to start to act like more like an oligopoly, which in the past, whereas in the past they were just sort of there were price wars. I don't see that happening this time. Ookla has been breaking down, as has my BE. That's funny, RM. SpaceX underperforming quite nicely. All right, I'm gonna do some stuff real quick that you can't see. Okay, let's see. I don't really know Wolf, to be honest. So pre-Anthropic, post-Anthropic, I'm not really sure what to think either way. Is it basically is TerraWolf and they used to be AI and now they're doing data centers? Am I onto something? Basically it. Man, this Bloom Energies is getting smoked. All right. To write some emails, do a bunch of stuff. I don't know anything about QXO, to be honest. It's really a mystery to me. I got the guy's book. I haven't read it yet. Had a cool title. How to make $1 billion or something like that. What's up? I'm long at the shit everyone else is long. Nothing special. Da, da, da. You want me to freestyle on a RZA beat? Disrespectful. Let's go. Turn it up. Oswater in this economy? I'm here. I'm here. I'm a little tired. I will say. I didn't get much rest. Wow, look at Intel. Just terrible. Shouldn't have covered my short. Adobe's like a rock. Like a rock. Oh, strong as I could be. Like a rock. Yeah, of course I have 5-hour energy. I should probably drink it. Major mistake starting the fund and also in general investing, I think, is position size too big. Psychology of investing, very important. Trading. Uh, yeah, it's all psychology. Meta stocks. The only way I'd look at a stock is if you joined Godel. Sorry. I mean, if somebody wanted me to do the stock evaluation for $5,000, I wouldn't do it. My time is pretty valuable. That's why you guys are watching. But you have the loophole. Okay. Crash course in raising capital. I mean, for a private company. I mean, you got to go to friends and family and just people you know that have money and the angel seed investor network and just beg for 25s and 50s. Um, Go to people in other entrepreneurs. I don't know, by the way. That's I mean, first I would dispute the honest thing, it's a compound question. Yeah, if you're an entrepreneur, you got to get some attention, talk to people and get them to believe in your vision. You don't have to talk to VCs. It could be anyone with money. Amazon's first raises were from friends and family. Same here. Eventually you get used to talking to institutions, knowing what they want, etc. I don't think open weights are huge risk. People don't want to, their performance is fine. It's just that people don't want to set up a lot of ML infrastructure. If you've set up ML infrastructure, you know what it's like. It's not a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Exactly what I want to talk about. What are you saying? My God, what?
Wait, what? Are we talking about SanDisk?
I got a fat guy here. What's wrong with SanDisk? I'm on SanDisk right now.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that anatomy of a bubble chart?
No.
Do you want me to show it to you here? Okay, we got to find a way to post pictures on the.
Feel free to take the mic and talk into it.
So, my personal theory, and this is not financial advice because I'm an idiot. I mean, this is coming from a guy who's traded 9 months. You've seen this main stages in a bubble chart, right?
of course, yeah.
Okay.
Some people call it Elliott wave theory.
Yeah, so if you look at the SanDisk chart, my personal prediction is we get one more return to normal cope pump to 2000, and then it goes back to 200. That's what I'm planning for.
I think that's I think a lot of people are planning for that. And that's probably true. I traded so much fucking Micron SanDisk in the last few days.
Have you slept?
No. No, it makes the trading better.
The Koreans are keeping you up.
Mark's trading this stuff?
No, he's in Biotech, which actually had a nice pump last couple
Waste
days.
of fucking time.
Yeah. Well, I have enough Mark bags, and then now I got the SanDisk bags. But Sunday night, I sold half my bags at 1900. So I was happy.
I can't take you seriously when you say bags.
Why?
It's such a crypto term.
Well, well, that's where I started.
You started?
Yeah. Yeah, 10
You're
10
implying you've come somewhere?
Wow, very funny. I had I bought Bitcoin 10 years ago, and I didn't sleep for like 3 months during that crazy
trading it?
run. I was. I made a
Okay.
couple $1,000, and I didn't sleep for like 3 months, and then I was like, I'm never touching this again.
Yeah. Would you two be friends if Martin was poor?
I think so.
Knowing, like, it depends. Like, would you have ever met versus would you be friends? That's
Well,
a
we would
different-
be friends.
Yes, of course, but
We would definitely. We would be unemployed playing Rust
There
together,
you go.
probably.
100%. That's the thing. 110%. Every trade is turning into baggage claim. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's. I'm glad I sold half my bags in 1900. I'll just say that.
The yeah, look, I mean, this is just a game. It's just a poker game. Like, at the end of the day, like, who's gonna win and etc. is almost irrelevant. Like, the actual fundamentals, like, don't matter.
Yeah, it's musical chairs right now.
It's just pump, pump, pump.
Who's sitting on the exploding chair win, you know?
Yeah, and I do think, like, eventually the fundamentals matter, but like they're all just gonna rock and roll together or drop together. Like, I started starting this thing, Analog Devices,
What is that?
and so ADI is this old shitty semi company,
Yeah.
and its stock has gone up like 10x for no reason.
Oh, just like Intel.
Well,
Sorry to all the Intel lovers.
Whoa.
You know,
That's muffling.
did you hear
I think we're gonna
the
be insulted by that.
did-
Wu-Tang's not happy.
did you hear my Intel story?
No.
I bought at 20.
We call this segment "Confessions of a Brokey," by the way.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I bought Intel at 20, and I told everyone there's no way Trump lets Intel die on his watch.
Okay, that was a great trade. What's the downside?
I sold it like 30.
Yeah.
That's I made $1,000 and I was like, there's no way it keeps going up, and I sold. Now it's like 150.
There's a lot you could say on Intel, man. Like, in a lot of ways, like, I have no idea why it's up at all. And again, this is like the thing about semiconductors. It's one of the weirdest, hardest sectors to trade,
Yeah.
because the market, whenever you think about like markets anticipating things, like that's the whole point of a market. It does sort of anticipate things well. That's why markets exist.
Yeah.
They're really, really good at that. And so stock like Intel will 6x, and then you'll be like, what the fuck? Why?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the revenue starts going up.
Mm.
The chips start coming out, new technologies start coming out, and you're like, how'd the market fucking know? And in biotech, it's kind of the other way around, where it's like the market's like, I don't believe you. I'll believe you when
You're like, how did the market not know?
yeah, exactly. And I think that actually tells you a little bit about the this dev would freak out if Martin shows him his big trading count. I don't think so. The nice thing about Silicon Valley guys is that they're more used to money now than traders.
Oh
Not
yeah.
all of them.
No, not me. No. I bought a condo in Oakland, so I'm used to red numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm used to a fat negative 20%.
Yeah. It's funny though, because like there are tech pros now that are like just so rich,
Yeah.
and many of them have turned to trading.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them may be listening right now. Like, if you worked at Palantir and you sold out $50 million of stock, you're just sitting there just trading for fun. Like, what else is there to do?
Yeah.
You don't want to blow the money. You're not going to spend it on PJs. But you also want to like use it. So it's like, all right, I'll trade some semiconductors. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that made a lot of money, and then they have like whack angel investments, and they're investing in the dumbest shit. I'm sorry, they're investing in the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and because they got it right once, I mean, this is sort of the what was that guy's name? The SoftBank guy. He got like one thing.
Masayoshi-san.
Yeah, he got one thing.
Okay, now you're like disrespectful.
Okay, I'm talking crazy, but I'm just saying he got a
All
couple
day
things right.
disrespect.
Next thing you know, he's giving $300 million to a dog walking startup.
And
Okay,
we were.
yeah. I mean, that really happened, and I have friends like that in Silicon Valley that they made a couple million. Next thing you know, they're writing checks.
You were throwing shots at Masa. Who else did you just go after? So much disrespect, nonstop.
Look, I'm just saying, I was in Silicon Valley when SoftBank was giving the dumbest startups $100 million. I was there.
You know, the thing is, even if you got $100 million, so like let's say Moss invests in Godel tomorrow
Yeah.
and put in 100 mil, there's not a lot we would do with it
Yeah.
that would make us rich,
Yeah.
right? The only thing we could do with it is I would hire my boy D Block,
Yeah.
and he would be, I have this in mind, by the way. You might
What's
see
the
this.
plan?
Event planning.
Okay.
Yeah. So he would do event planning, which is basically just throwing parties.
Yeah.
That's a job now in the Valley.
Do I have to go?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
no, it's
I ju-
optional.
yeah, I just want to play video games.
It's all optional. But do you know that's a job now?
Yeah, event planning. Oh, I mean, the what was that startup? The Roy Lee?
Yeah.
I mean, he
That's
thought
his whole company.
yeah. He thought you could run a company like that, and it was. I mean, yeah, I was the day one Cluely hater, and I think I think you remember that it was just like Klinkle. All the
You were
boomers.
saying that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
went to
yeah.
their I didn't go to their office. I went and met them. I'm not a hater as much as I am like I think they're a little naive,
Oh yeah,
you know. But you're a steadfast hater.
I was number one day one Cluely hater, and if you're a boomer, you remember Klinkle 10 years ago raised the biggest seed round in history by the youngest person to even raise money straight out of Stanford, 20 million, which is now just a seed round. Back then it was insane, and they burned through that in 6 months. And I remember there was a selfie the guy took with all the cash. You remember that?
Oh
Yeah. The guy like Lucas LaPlante was his name.
Yeah,
and-
and see, I know so many of these stories from the dot-com bubble,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
yeah.
missed that era a little bit.
The like 2012, 2013 craze.
Yeah, because I was doing my own startups,
Yeah.
you know, which worked out fine. So I knew that tech was popping off, but I didn't necessarily kind of, you know, I wasn't hating on it. You know, it sort of made sense after the success of Facebook and other startups. So like, okay, some of these guys, you know, I met Peter Thiel back then, and I was just like, oh, you know, I have some views on that actually. So
Oh.
interesting. Yeah, I probably have to tell you offline. But yeah, like, you know, it made sense. There were people like, you know, kind of talking about how much money they're making investing in startups, and you know, why wouldn't it, you know, why wouldn't the prices for these startups start climbing a little bit? There's also Bitcoin was kind of
Mm-hmm.
rocking and rolling, so there's, you know, a lot of euphoria and a lot of, you know, FOMO and
Oh yeah.
how do we get rich now? You know, the
I talked to 2 different people off the ledge who almost went all in Bitcoin, and one of them was a venture capitalist.
and so you talked them with Ledge back then.
Yes.
Oh.
So I think it was the fall of, it must have been about 10 years ago when ICOs first happened. Do you remember ICOs?
Okay, so 10 years ago or 15 years?
10.
Right?
About,
So like,
about 10.
I thought you meant like as soon as Bitcoin came out.
No, this is when Bitcoin almost broke 20,000. Maybe was it 2016, 2017, and ICOs first started happening. And one of my best friends was a venture capitalist at a pretty big, you know, like corporate fund. And she asked me, should I invest in one of these ICOs? And I said, hell no. No. And my other friend, who's an accountant, he said, my brother-in-law, he wants to borrow 100 grand and put it in Bitcoin. And I said, please do not. And both of them like hit me up 6 months later when it crashed.
Asshole.
No,
Oh, when it crashed.
Yeah.
When it crashed.
they wanted to go all in at 15,000. And it went to like 18, 20, and then dumped to 3 in the next year. And they're like, thank you.
And then now they're like,
Well, they went back in later, but like I never touched it again. I never touched it again.
yeah.
It was just too crazy.
Yeah, on the memory thing, what got you interested? This is now like getting into the brain of a baggie. What got you?
Really? Is that what this is?
I'm just fucking around, you know that. What do you want to like? I have electrodes and stuff like that in a paper bag if you want to.
Oh, a lie detector test?
If you
Are you
prefer.
a baggie? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a, well, part of,
What got you into it in the first place?
well, I love irrational momentum.
Okay.
I really love it.
I thought you liked going against it, like that car.
Both.
Okay.
I really love bubbles, and I really love irrational, like you were like the master of what is the price versus the fundamentals. Like you understand the fundamentals.
Yeah.
I'm dumb, and I understand other dumb people. So when right?
Now I see.
Yes. So when the price starts getting dumb, it goes into my territory,
Mm.
right?
It's your debt.
Yeah, that's my specialty. Is like if the price is going stupid, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, let me read what is Instagram saying? What is X saying? What are the people posting? Oh, we're going to Lambo Land.
More of this. I need to do much more of this.
As soon as 4chan starts posting about Lambos, that's when you know. Or like as
And
soon
is
as
that when you get in or when you fade?
that's when I fade it.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know when to pop into the bubble? Soros, Soros once had this famous saying. My old boss, Steve Shapiro, used to work for Soros. He now, by the way, invested in our company, paying our salaries.
Thank
But-
you.
Yes. Shout out to Steve.
Shout out to all our investors. Thank you.
Yeah, so Steve worked at Tiger,
Yeah.
and then, and I have something parenthetical about Tiger I want to mention too. And then Steve left Tiger, and basically he didn't work at Soros, but Soros was his main investor. And to this day, Soros still, if you want to go start a hedge fund, there aren't too many better places to go to. Because, if you're going to start a company, it's sort of like raising money in tech. Like, best place to go to, guys who have done it.
Yeah.
Right? So, Soros is kind of one of the best guys to go to, certainly was at the time. And he raised a bunch of money from Soros. And one of his things that Soros says, very famously, that a lot of people like is when I see a bubble, I rush to go add gas to the fire.
Yeah.
I want to.
But bubbles are the most
bigger bubble.
But they're the most exciting, right? Because a bubble can build and collapse so quickly that like you're gonna find out if you're right very quickly. Versus like if I want to
Investments, yeah.
yeah, like some things. Oh, I got to check in a year. Well, I need some action, right? Like this is a video game. Like we're watching the number go up. And what happened with Car was, for example, I knew it was a short squeeze. I knew short squeeze.
Avis, right?
Yes. So what I
What a
did.
crazy situation.
Yeah, so what I did was I did the calculation of where would I get destroyed, which is like, okay, at $400, let me
And
go
What was the price at the time?
400.
Okay.
And so what I did the math and I said, okay, because if I lose all their money, I got to explain this to my wife, right? So I got to pull this off and not get divorced. So I did the math.
Her name is Mrs. Fat Guy.
Mrs. Falcon, yeah. And she didn't know about any of this.
Right.
So I did the math and I said, okay, what's the worst that could happen? 20x, 30x, 40x. And I said, okay, let me go 2% because if Avis goes to 20,000, I don't mind being liquidated. So I went 2% short at 400. And in the office, I think you were in San Francisco that week. In the office, we had the daily chart. And basically everyone was watching me get,
And where'd it go to?
it went to 820.
Holy shit.
And it was the first time I was down more than 100% on a stock.
Wow.
It was 105. And I told the chat, I think a bunch of people will remember this, and I said, if it crashes today, I'm adding a fat cat emoji. And it
Okay.
did crash. And that's
There's a fat cat emoji? What does it look like?
it's the laser eyes cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the like laser eyes emoji. But yeah, I love those things because like
Tyler, the security rights. I'm not gonna explain wifey jack shit. That's my old meme of wifey. Well,
Think
lost
through her
money in
purse,
the
yeah.
purse. I think somebody robbed us. I think it's about that guy Dylon. He robbed us again.
oh, she's got the login. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
So
Yeah.
if I lose all our money, she got that login. She can take a
Just
look.
borrow money and pretend you never lost it to wife. Well, that's simple. I've got the hierarchy of creditors. You've got the senior secured, which
Yeah.
is wifey. Then you
Mhm.
got senior unsecured, which is grandma, brother, sister,
Mhm.
auntie.
And then the last resort is I come crying to you and be like,
Oh, no. That's just the mezzanine. That's the mezzanine tier. That's the boss, coworkers. Then finally, the big homie. That's your best friend, who's responsible.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the big homie. You lose the big homie's money. You go to the little homie.
Oh,
And then finally, you go to the plug.
yeah.
Any local.
Where's the loan shark in this?
This is drug dealers. Getting
Okay.
there. Drug dealers is up there. Then you kill the plug. If you lose his money, you gotta kill him. At that point, you're in too deep.
Yeah.
Right? You're not gonna pay this guy back.
This
So
is
you-
like Bill Huang territory.
Yeah, exactly. You lighten up your leverage load.
Who was the big homie in the Bill Huang story? Was it Credit Suisse?
Yeah.
He killed the big
Hold
homie.
on. I think it was Nomura, and then Credit Suisse was the drug dealer. And so
Yeah.
you killed the drug dealer. Yeah, Nomura survived, but Credit Suisse didn't.
Do you believe that the intern really accidentally wired Goldman Sachs $500 million instead of requesting it. You know that story?
No, for Wong?
Yeah.
That's really what happened?
Yeah, so apparently an intern tried to get money out of Goldman Sachs and apparently accidentally wired them. And then when they asked for it back, Goldman Sachs was like, no, we're good.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you because I heard this story. And I watched this like 20-minute YouTube video on it.
Interns don't process wires for 500 mil.
I got to go comment on this YouTube video.
Yeah,
you know.
that doesn't sound right, but you never know. I mean, I think the court filings are actually really interesting, and people can't get them. We're gonna add them to Godel soon.
Yeah.
And I was on, let's just say, other companies' legal platforms,
Mm-hmm.
and they're terrible.
Oh, yeah. Pacer is
I mean,
garbage.
they are so bad.
Yeah.
And ultimately, when we add this to Godel, it's gonna be really cool because, obviously there are some companies that do, have like legal matters that are relevant.
Yeah.
But probably one of the more fun things to do on these things is just like checking your old high school friend or something to see if he's been
Yeah.
arrested or.
I had a customer who I actually ended up firing that customer because they were just completely chaotic. And then 6 months later, I find out there's a lawsuit where the one co-founder is suing another, and it was the messiest thing I've ever seen, and I was glued to it, like a Netflix
Right,
series.
you want to read the docket
Every
Yeah.
week. And the great thing is in San Francisco Superior Court, it's free.
Ah.
So like this is like the best drama I've ever seen. And the funny thing is like
Oh,
I
totally.
know these people, you know?
No, oh, totally. I mean, at the SBF trial and the SBF filings were also like unbelievably interesting.
Yeah.
And you can't get them anywhere, and they're really not, something that should be hard to get or whatever. So anyway, the court filings are often really interesting. Like, the media stuff is never really accurate. So if you
Yeah.
look at like Elizabeth Holmes' case,
Mm-hmm.
it really isn't what they portrayed it to be.
Really?
Not at all.
Even in the book, the Wall Street
The
Journal?
book is the most bullshit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now look, I'm not saying she did nothing wrong or something like that. I'm just, the device, the test actually did work. It
Yeah.
just didn't work that well.
Yeah.
And all diagnostics, by the way, have a failure false positive rate. And
Yeah.
the doctors really, after watching this this thing where they fake the clinical trial data.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw any of my media about this.
About the Theranos?
No, Chemocentrics it's called.
No, what is it?
Yeah, so Chemocentrics was a stock, CCXI. Now there's some robotics company. That ticker went to a robotics company, but Amgen bought. So some of the people who are in that company are mad at me for trashing it. But I'm trashing the old ticker, which was Chemocentrics, not the new ticker, which is whatever this shitty robotics thing is. So anyway, Chemocentrics was bought out by Amgen.
Yeah.
And when the clinical trial was done, you have this like very deterministic process that's supposed to happen called the database lock. So you clean the data,
Yeah.
lock the database, meaning no writes anymore, just read. And, everyone's blinded. And you run a program,
Yeah.
basically. I'm actually getting more technical with you because you're so experienced in this stuff, but you run what's called the SAP, or statistical analysis plan. And it's actually, if you've ever done SPSS or Stata or any of these other stat libraries and programs, got the other more famous one. There's a bunch of these. MATLAB is, you can use MATLAB theoretically. You run the stat program, you press, run, and you get the p-value right there.
Yeah.
You get everything right there. So these guys got a p-value they didn't like.
Ah. And so they changed.
Well, there's a fraud way to do it, and then a double fraud way to do it. I mean, the fraud way to do it is the way they did it, which is the really bad fraud is you just just change it, right?
Yeah.
In this case, they found the five closest patients who were on, borderline, and they were like, we were going to re-evaluate these patients. It turns
So they
out
can just exclude them and fudge the.
no, you're not. You really can't. But they did it anyway. They never told the FDA.
Oh.
And now the FDA found out. You know how they found out? Oh, this is so funny.
How?
You know the stupid class actions are the bane of my existence and proms, and we're always trying to remove these from our system.
Yeah.
Levi and Korsinski, the Rosen Law Group, these guys.
Yep.
Levi, shout out to Levi. It wasn't Levi and Korsinski, but we see Levi and Korsinski on the tape every day. Levi, or whoever it was, the Levi equivalent, was they sued them, and they'll sue for if the stock goes down, any downtick in the stock, they sue, and they're just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you did something illegal. Pay
Yep.
us. It's
Yeah, we used to get those alerts all the time, and then we filter them out.
Yeah, nobody wants to see them, but the reality is these guys will shake you down for any stock price decline. They'll blame you. You did something wrong, and they're like, okay, no, we're gonna, we're not gonna subpoena. We're gonna do discovery. We want all your records.
Really?
Most CEOs are like, whoa, what records? What are you
They'll
talking
pay
about?
out
And
to
they'll
not
pay out
release
to
the
not have to do
records.
that. And these idiots
Gave them the clinical trial
gave
data.
them all of the stuff, including all the fucking fraud.
Oh no.
And they found that, and it's in this very routine securities litigation thing, and it's like somebody read it, was like, hey bro, this isn't like some little thing. this is one of
This
the
is big.
first times ever. some
Yeah,
shit
because
like
you
this
have to
has
get
happened.
you have to keep clinical trial data for years.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and it has to be not manipulated,
Yeah.
right? And so the FDA found out, and they want the drug off the market, and so unbelievable situation. So anyway, you being able to read that, in a terminal for free or for very little, that's something, that's great, and hopefully will be coming.
And searchable, because the search sucks on all of these.
Oh, that's another thing.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, it's like, you've seen on our news search how good it is. Like when you're actually looking for something, it'll get these really fast partial matches. But on on legal thing, it's like you can't even search inside of a document
Legal stuff
properly.
is, yeah, exactly. I do think you might want to do like, you have to get the PDF. You have to get all the PDF documents in.
Yeah, and read them.
So yeah, and then chunk them or throw them in a vector search.
Yeah,
Records
OpenSearch
or-
is really good at this. Amazon has this really good thing.
Okay, so
Yeah.
including PDF.
Well, PDFs you would have to actually read it and tokenize it.
Yeah.
But that's the really nice thing is it has all these tokenizers.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. We're doing this with, this is going on tangent, but we're doing this with the legal entity search, where you need to be able to search companies.
But not PDFs.
Well, you read the PDFs and then put the results in OpenSearch tokenized.
Okay.
That's how our current news search works.
Okay.
Yeah.
You use like some Python PDF reader.
So for filings, we're going to do it by reading the PDF, because some of these
With what,
import.
though, I guess.
Yeah. You'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, who was the other guy? Godell's front end Prince. I don't want to go that far.
Well, you did call me the king of JavaScript.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
What
did.
the fuck?
Yes, you
Never.
did. Yes, you
Never
did.
once.
No,
Never.
this was in Rust though.
Oh.
Yeah, in Rust you called me the
Okay.
JavaScript king,
Okay.
because I remember this. This was a big compliment.
Yeah, it is a big fucking compliment.
Yeah.
Obviously you're the king. I mean, maybe Brendan Knight could throw it. Yeah. So what were we talking about? So
Micron.
off track. Well, that was a long time ago. Yeah. The bill on. Oh, money. Okay. Yeah. So the hierarchy of borrowing money from your friends to cover up for your shitty trading. I'd say, yeah. At some point, I think you go to the banks too.
Yeah.
And then they're hostage because you're like, listen, bro, I got 1 million shares of Sandits I didn't tell you about, and that's about 1.5 billion. Now I don't have 1.5 billion. Okay, so you're gonna have to rock with me on this trade a little longer, all right? Because I'm only about 10% away from break even.
Yeah.
So when we break even, and you keep rocking with me, it's gonna go up 10%. Then I'll make 150, and I'll split it with you. Just shh. Let this
Yeah.
go.
We're getting into the synthetic leverage territory.
Because now, why not? You're pot committed, baby.
Yeah.
I know you're mad, Jamie Dimon, but once that feeling goes away,
What's that saying? If you owe them 100K, that's your problem. If you owe them 100 mil, that's their problem.
hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. This guy called the Bitcoin crash. Ask him what's next. Did he also predict COVID? Is that my dog, Fat Cat? So humble and arrogant at the same time. They discovered the new personality. Back how much Zin have you done already this week?
Probably 200.
Whoa. What's your stance on using clankers at work? What's the ratio of manual normal programming and clanker driven one in Godel? Well,
You want to go into that?
yeah, if you want, sure.
I think we've gone from, so we used them pretty early. There's 2 years ago, I think we used them in their little sandbox. You can see the evolution of Claude and some of the components where I remember I used to do D3 in Claude and then put it in, and then I'd have to clean it up by hand. I'd have to get it all working. Now it's we're at the point where Claude is like a junior engineer, and I'm telling it I want you to do this, 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 and this, and then I'm reviewing all the code, and then I'm just yelling at it, telling it like, hey, this is like, you know, junior dev tier, like, what are you doing? And what's weird is the more you bully Claude, the better it gets, because like Claude thinks it's right all the time, and it'll confidently state things that are completely wrong. And if you're like, no, you're dumb. This is just wrong. This is not how you structure a component like this. It's like, you're absolutely right. I was just YOLOing it, and it's like, okay, can you stop doing that? Can you stop doing that? You know?
Yeah, Gemini was the worst at that. Or
Really?
Still is. I think, oh, it's so bad because I had I work on this math problem with Miss Skrelly every now and then, and it's this very thorny, impossible basically math problem. But the theory we have is that eventually AI will be so smart it's just gonna be like, yeah, I got the answer.
Yeah.
And the paradox is you won't get any of the credit.
Mm-hmm.
Because people will be like, oh my, come on.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not a mathematician, you used AI. And you'll still get a little credit for knowing the opportunity, like you used the right tool at the right time for the right thing. Like there's something cool about that. But ideally, you actually solve a problem that's useful.
Yeah.
Not just like, and this math problem is actually useful, unlike most math problems, which, the fourth dimensional spinoid, Euclidean distance algorithm, a conjecture that in 16 dimensions, a sphere packing of a monoid is this or that, that's not actually practically useful, but, still a brain teaser. So anyway, we're working on this thing, and Gemini, of course, tells me it has the solution.
Of course.
And I'm like, okay, I just, if you have the solution, and this is for cryptography. So if you have the solution, go undo this password or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. And, oh, I got it wrong. This is just a this or that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, but I thought you had the answer. So how come?
It's so confident in its wrongness. It's crazy.
And then this is the best part. I go, okay, so I start to gaslight the gaslighting.
Yeah.
So I go, okay, so you found the answer. That's amazing. Should we call this the Shkreli-Iwasaka conjecture for the great mathematician Iwasaka who developed, p-adic lifts or something? And it's like, yes, this will forever now be known as the Shkreli-Iwasaka conjecture. And I said, that's amazing. I'm 43, so I'm not able to win the Fields Medal, but I think that we should alert the mathematical community as to this discovery. And it's like, absolutely, would you like me to draft a letter?
But we've met people like this. Like we've met people in just like Discord or Twitter or whatever where
It's
they're
the LLM psychosis, right?
yeah where they're coming and they're like, I just solved I discovered
I
a
would
new way
have
of
this
math.
problem too but I picked a solution or a problem that has a verifiable, easy to verify
Yeah.
solution. Whereas if you try to prove the Riemann conjecture or some other you're blurry or because you're further away or something. I don't know. Trying to get the Riemann conjecture. It's like, no, you need to be a mathematician to verify that.
Yeah.
Like, don't even approach this shit, unless you're, you spent 20 years in this and you got a PhD. So for me, I don't have any of those things. I'm just an idiot, like everybody else. But I do know that in this case of this problem, it would actually give you an output of an answer in a certain amount of time, which heretofore has been impossible. So, if that worked, I'd be happy. But in terms of clankers and stuff like that, the way I look at it is, these things are great for single file programs, right? So these things are fantastic for self-contained, easy to run, easy to understand code that you can reason about yourself. And that kind of code can be simple or complex. If it's simple, you don't really need its help. And in fact, it might get in your way because if you want things exactly a certain way, you're sort of a little better off doing it yourself. Now, if it's really complex, something like, well, I want you to invert this binary tree and then resort it and then take it and get some ontology out of it. Okay, this is a job for Claude. The problem becomes when you're dealing with 50,000 files that don't fit into the damn thing's, context window. And it needs to generalize across 50,000 files. Now, we know that everything in source, or everything in source front end, or source front end components is probably our component library. But what it doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, well, maybe I should read it. Do I put every file in this or do I sort of make that assumption, and if I make that assumption, I'm taking more tokens. I'm looking for files in the repo, but I don't know about other repos. So it's just
Yeah, that's where I just started like doing everything in the Claude MD, because like you'll get it exactly how you want it to code and behave, and respect boundaries of like where it's supposed to do stuff. And then you put it up the next session, you have the exact same problems again. So basically every time I yell at Claude, I do two things. It has to apologize. Every time
can't
Claude,
hear you, so yeah.
every time Claude does some dumb shit,
Yeah.
I always say apologize,
Okay.
10 Hail Marys. That's it.
Wow.
Full Hail Mary 10 times. And then it'll try to be cheap. And it'll try to just like abbreviate it. And I'm like, no, you're doing the full thing.
Wow.
Full penance. And then I tell it, whatever you just did that make you do that, explain why. And then we're going to add to Claude MD not to do that.
Huh.
So for example, like I will ask it a question and it'll literally traverse my disk into another repo and just start editing other repos.
That's
And,
insane.
and I basically had to put in the Claude MD, which is like, do not go into other repos on my disk without explicit permission or questions. And like another one, which is like, when I ask you a question, answer it instead of coding. Like all these little behavioral ticks it has, like we just stamp out in the
Well, that's
Claude
where
MD.
Cursor is good. Like Cursor has a thing where it says ask,
Yeah,
and it's like, which is great.
but then you have to sit there hitting enter.
You do have to. Well, you have to just change the thing to ask,
Yeah,
which is good.
with Claude's an eager beaver, it'll just go start coding.
Have you been using Cursor at all, or just the terminal stuff?
I've been using Claude Desktop recently.
Oh, okay.
And then Cursor sometimes double checks the math, and I have them argue with each other. So for like when I tried to get, I think we had 200 venues, and I needed GPS coordinates for them. So I had Claude guess them, and then I had Cursor correct it, and then they were going back and forth. And they also do like security reviews for each other. And the way they communicate is I'm having them write MD files as like a chat back and forth.
No way.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
That sounds pretty cool, actually.
It's fun. And they'll like, get defensive. They'll be like, well, this other model is right, but, And so because of their combativeness, it like makes them both better.
Yeah. Dude, try Pi. Claude is literally implicitly adding some crappy instructions on top of your instructions. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not.
No, I think you remember when Claude's thing got leaked? It was like the system prompt.
Yeah.
Maybe he's talking about that. What is Pi?
Pi. I don't know, actually.
Is that like a wrapper around it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Fable 5 has been industry standard for about 5 days now.
Okay. Hot take. I think Fable is terrible.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Yeah, I've used it, and it's it writes code where I'm just like, this is garbage. Like this is like it's ignoring my instructions. Maybe I have to update my Claude MD, but it's writing stuff where I'm just like, this is just doing junior developer code. Like I don't know what this crap is.
I think they fucked it up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have
Did
you
you
used it lately?
Yeah, I used it this morning,
Oh, wow.
and it's just doing stuff where I'm just like, this is like stupid shit I would have done 2 years into my job. Whereas it's just putting code in places that makes it harder to understand and more complex, where it's like, maybe I overtuned like the Opus Claude MD, but Fable is putting code in places that is making it.
I think what's happening is Anthropic doesn't have any compute. So it's like juggling these models and their releases with users in a way that's like trying to also
Yeah.
manage their tiny amount of compute.
While charging me twice as much.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, did you see GeoHotz's guys, or I don't know if you saw that?
What is that?
George Hotz,
Mm.
his guys, Comma AI, they are now banning themselves from using Anthropic
Oh.
for some of these. I guess they were not going to let Fable be available other than the API, and then they changed it, and they're just fucking around a lot. And I hate Anthropic
Really? You got beef?
long term.
Dan, I got beef with OpenAI.
Why?
I've told you this. You want me to repeat the story?
No, but concise version.
You remember that sycophantic model
Uh-huh.
where ChatGPT told you were amazing and everything you thought was great?
Yes, now everyone.
It almost one-shot Mrs. Fat Cat.
Right.
Yeah, it almost one-shot her. And then I was like, I cannot forgive this company.
There was a whole South Park episode about that.
Yeah. I lived that South Park episode. And then,
Wow.
yeah, we're back. We're back.
Sandisk dropped all the way back down 1600.
How are the bags? Let me check the bags.
I might buy some down
That's what I said at 1700. Oof. Okay. We're still green for the year. We're still.
here. What you're on?
Well, I was up pretty nicely in April, and then the biotech bags, almost dragged me into the red. And then we're back. I did some good trades, got back to double digits green. Now I'm hovering right around there.
I bought some Sandisk just now along Adobe,
Yeah.
and then I've got also Bloom Energy, which has been just a dog shit.
Wasn't that the Aschenbrenner one?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
is he still in that?
I think. Oh.
Seeing-
My other friend likes it too. He's like an Aschenbrenner. He's actually like a super Aschenbrenner.
Yeah.
He's even better. So he likes it. So I'm tagging in. But I'm still learning with some of the space. Like I'm not Mr. Micron. Are we doing the meeting at 1 or at noon?
The all hands. Let me check. We got the all hands. I actually have to run to a meeting.
Go.
Yeah. But let's see what happens to our bags.
You know it's at 1? Do you know?
It's at one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
at one.
Yeah.
I'll bring my portfolio next time and you can roast it.
Everybody likes you. They asked me if you're ginger.
Am I a ginger?
Yeah.
I have like weird patches of red in my beard, but I'm like dirty blonde.
Oh wow. No, I really.
Yeah. Something.
Yeah. All right. How do these cooters not know about pie?
I don't even know what a cooter is. All right. I got to run to the meeting.
Later.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fat Cat, for coming in. Yeah, I've used them. I don't code as much now with the way people code. It's kind of like
Got to move the mic back. What's up? Oh, there's a LinkedIn post? What is this retard saying? Can only imagine. LinkedIn. Search. Celas. I can't even find it. Celas Life Sciences. Okay, here we go. Follow. Where's the CEO? I don't even know what the guy's name is. Some Greek dude, right? Celis Olive House. No. That's not it. Celis Life Sciences. Okay. I followed the wrong one. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Here we go, Angelos. Okay, there has been some recent commentary. This retard. Let's separate the noise from the data. This may be my last brief posting around Regal as we approach the 80th event. Control arm reality. The noise is the trial delay implies the control arm is living longer due to modern drugs. The reality, this mischaracterized the CR2 cohort. These regimens are not safe or standard. Intensive therapies often short survival. Real-world BAT does not suggest significantly higher survival, as we had already shown in our Q4 event. What slower event accrual actually signifies? The noise is slower event accrual means the control arm is surviving too long. What the fuck? This guy's retarded, isn't he? Oh, he's retarded. Yeah, he's Joe Springer. Statistically, it is likely plausible that slower accumulation may be a signature of a highly effective arm? Huh? Fuck? That is so weird. Why is this guy posting too? That is just, I mean, it's bearish. I love it. What the fuck? My takeaway from that is this guy is legitimately just doesn't know clinical trials. Well, he's gonna learn. He's gonna learn today. I don't think Joe Springer could manage our organization. Once in a lifetime, generational opportunity. He should, I mean, he must have gotten paid on that bullshit, right? But who would do that for free? I hope he got paid to peddle that bullshit. Joe Springer was some pump and dump artist on cassava. Every shitty biotech has some random community that believes in it and is convinced that they're now great biotech analysts. You think so, HBet? Carl Keston's top 3 books. I don't know. Depends on who you are, you know? I don't know you. You might need to read the Bible. You might need to read something else. I don't know. I don't know who would pay you to pump, you know what I mean? Like, whose best interest is that serving? I don't think CAR T would ever be a one-time treatment for autoimmune disease. I think it's proven that it can work for autoimmune disease, but I mean, no drug can be really one time. Unfortunately, just, I mean, never say never, but the way medicine works is it leaves your system, and once it leaves your system, that's that. Typically, never say never. Yeah, I definitely want to review Rare. Yeah, I got started in biotech. It was the dot-com bubble. I was working for Kramer's fund. There weren't too many hedge funds at the time. Kramer was one of a handful, and um, the dot-com bubble brought with it a lot of craziness, and that part of that was the genomics. Um, the genomics bubble, which came with the dot-com bubble, just the same way we have a memory bubble, you know, AI bubble, the quantum bubble. Bubbles kind of come together. Some of them are real, some of them aren't. So you'll often see a couple of them pop while the other ones don't, or mini bubbles sort of getting created or sustained within the bigger bubble. Anyway, so then I was sort of following biotech and genomics, which were a bubble at the time. Never say never, but I'd rather make history than write it. So no book anytime soon. The Micron and SanDisk charts are almost exactly the same, literally identical. Not the case with SpaceX, which has just been horrible. It's been an awesome short. Again, I believe in Elon long term, so I don't want to be short his stock for more than a few hours if I can help it. Nvidia's been pretty strong. Intel has not. Well, Intel's just dog poo poo. Makes me want to just short Intel. CLH, somebody just gave me the pick on Godel, and I'll just sometimes take picks from Godel. I don't necessarily follow what's going on in the company. But Celsius, I barely know what they do. That's kind of been a dog, but that's all I really know. I'm long pretty much everything. Micron, SanDisk, Adobe, Bloom. Then I have BioCryst, Spruce, Lumentum, Synopsys, STMicro, Sarepta. I would not say that, Ratchet. But, maybe you know me better than I know myself. The building did not collapse, thank God. I'm not a bear. I am a rational actor. Yeah, it's a good question. Source for Edge is, listed long short equity. It's not simple to find any alpha, but, I don't think, as long as you stay, I guess, abreast of what the current methods are, which have evolved a bit, you should be able to find some alpha. I think if you're really stuck in the old methods, expert networks, things like that, I mean, you really have to get involved in new stuff that's going on. Agents, probably, if you're not using agents and scrapers and automated trading, you're probably going to fall behind. And then, international is another perennial one where, like, you really have to be on top of foreign stocks. If you're just doing US long short, I mean, you're asking for it. I sold all my SanDisk. It's got too much similarity to Micron to even be long it. I mean, that's the same stock. If you got both stocks in your portfolio, you're really not doing. Having both of them doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't care about technical analysis. I do care about relative strength. I do believe, especially interpreting it versus news matters a lot. If you have a stock that has good news and it's not going up, that's pretty bearish. Um, if you have a stock that has bad news and it doesn't go down, That's usually a sign all the sellers are out. That's pretty bullish. This is some simple stuff. It's not technical analysis, but you do want to understand how the players are seated at the table, longs, shorts, etc. That's not technical analysis, but it's sort of in the ballpark of, you want to know where the supply and demand lies. Yeah, I just gave you a list of my longs, so and then on shorts, I'm short SpaceX. Short Intel. And I think I was short Broadcom, but I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. And I'm short ADI, Analog Devices. I'm short Moderna. I'm short Quantinium. Short a tiny bit of Pfizer. I just started a couple days ago, so I'm just trying to take it easy. Not do anything too crazy. Yeah, haven't been actively trading in a while. Nvidia is just the champ right now. It's very strong. I'll buy 1,000 shares just for fun. Shout out to my father-in-law. This is a new portfolio, so it's brand new, and it's in the returns are in the title. Yeah, after Capricorn, I gotta make back the Capricorn losses. Fucking stupid thing. I think they lied, bro. I think that drug does not work. It's all cheat. It's all cheat. It's all scam. Small rally here. You got the gap fill on the Micron chart. All the TA guys are excited about it. So filled the gap, but it's still rising. Again, sometimes the reason TA exists is because you want to trade and you have anything else to do. Is there's no news. You did your analysis, and now you're just looking at the pretty pictures. You don't have no choice but to go all in. That's a total fallacy. You can grow, your $80,000. Let's say you can double that by trading, which you easily could if you're a good trader. Just double, you're young, double your money every year. Don't try to 10x it. When you're young, you got a lot of time. You know, just compound 50 to 100% a year. Find some small caps that are really going to work, that you really know well. You know, don't try to 100x just because you see somebody else is rich, you want to be rich too. Don't work that way. Don't work that way, playboy. Be patient. You can grind out 50% a year, you'll be rich before you know it. But you want to try to grind out 50,000% a year, you're going to blow up in a second. I like Sarepta. I've never been short it. Unfortunately. SpaceX had a nice little rally off the bottom there, but it was also falling straight to hell, so. Make sure you try Godel, godelterminal.com. I wouldn't be leveraged S&P. S&P does go down, you know. Doesn't only go up. Stock prices do go down sometimes. Some of y'all aren't old enough to know this, but it is true. Elite ball knowledge, as the kids say. I started in the market where the market didn't go up for 3 years. Every day was red. And it's just like, how could this be? Just when you thought there was no more value to remove from the system, it just kept dropping. Oh, you thought your stocks were cheap? Oh, it just got cheaper. Why don't you buy some more? With no money that you have. The market was devilish, diabolical. Oh, it's trading at book value? Well, now it's trading at half book value. How do you like that? And you just be sitting there like, God damn it. Yeah, exactly, Yusty boy. Especially if you get that in an IRA or a tax-advantaged account, then you're really cooking. That's what you really want. Can't lose if you never sell. That is not true. That is not true, sir. Yeah, I've tried the prediction markets. GPT-6 coming later? Damn. All right, let's go. I'm excited. Wifey doesn't tell me anything about this stuff, which is good. But, you know, can't your homie have a little inside information here every now and then? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't want any OpenAI information. G5.6 is coming like this week. And then 6 is coming apparently within a month, which is pretty soon. OpenAI is not losing that much money. It's just not many people understand this stuff. If you're reading the articles out there, you're definitely behind because, you know, do you think journalists really understand what's going on? I mean, Anthropic's profitable now. Just crazy. OpenAI is rolling ads out. They'll be profitable pretty soon as well. Well, you can't insider trade a private company, so or at least not yet. That law might change. There's no law on the books, but they may prosecute people for trying to trade on insider information on privates, which is kind of obviously a little bizarre, but the whole point of private investing is you do have insider info, so it doesn't make that much sense, but yeah, China models are good. It's just that that's not really what's important. What's important is, can you get the enterprise customer to use the product? There's nobody standing up their own models. It's just a big same reason people don't stand up their own storage. Much cheaper to have your own storage than pay S3, but how many people are sitting there with RAID arrays? S3 just works. You're happy when something just works. It's called a product. I don't think people need the cheapest. I think they need the most easy to use. Corporate America's got a lot of profits. It's quite a thing to go get a bunch of GPUs and go stand up in a model. That's a you want it as a utility, as a best in class compute. You don't want to use a local model or some other thing like that. I mean, some of these models require $2-3 million computer to work. $5 million NVIDIA computer. I don't think we're going to be standing that up. NVIDIA going through the roof here. Housing exposure, I don't know. I haven't looked at liquidity in a while. I'd say to find a great small cap stock, just follow an industry really closely. If you follow an industry really closely, you'd find something like Liquidia. When I found it, 2 or 3 years ago, I put one of the first bull posts in Liquidia. It was a huge win. Huge win. Huge. C4? Yeah, I haven't looked at C4 in a while. What's their latest drug? What's their main effort? Is it around EGFR or? Intilia I gave up. I don't want to deal with Intilia anymore. Never want to hear about that company again. Although that HAE drug, maybe. I'm shorting the Capper Produfa and the Capper. Oh, what the fuck? And the Capper Adcom. Abdominals is pretty close. I would avoid doing something like that. I'm gonna trade the Anthropic. I don't fucking know. Why are you asking that question? Who gives a fuck? Try to trade every stock I can, you know. Yes, I'm thinking about the Anthropic IPO, which may fucking occur in a year. I'm sitting here thinking about it right now. Instead of the actual stock market that I can trade right now. What the fuck kind of question is that? I don't know if tokenization really means anything. In some ways, everything is tokenized already. It's just a question of, is it decentralized and permissionless, which government don't like that. Hard to see that happening with stocks, although Hyperliquid, it's already happening to some extent. I don't see how we could police insider trading if we... I was long Crinetics. Zach. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kravisk. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, I got Aura. That's Aura Unk. Look at that superimposable graph of SanDisk and Micron. What's the tanglement? Huh? Yeah, we're definitely gonna do alternative data. Working on it. ECM Unk. Elgaran Manicon? Equity Capital Markets. You can save layouts. I'm not sure you can share them. I don't really care about sneakers like some of these other people do. My wrist is so much pain. I have a ganglion cyst in both wrists. How crazy is that? I need to... What binaries are you excited for? I need to drain it with a needle. I'm going to do it by myself. I've been asking my girl to do it. She's scared. I should live stream it. I don't think surgery's allowed on YouTube live stream. My knee hurts too. I'm just unk at this point, man. Yeah, the ganglion cyst, the AI is like, I'm not going to help you, dude. Stop asking. And I'm like, oh, you better help me because I'm just about to take a knife to it. It's like, okay, oh, you don't want to take a knife to it. Here's what you want to do instead. I'm like, yeah, that's more like it. Tricked you. I tricked you. Tricked you ass. Teach my boy to trade when he gets older. Why not right now? Scar tissue. Scar tissue? It's just a little needle. Scar tissue. Go to a doctor. Doctor, well, do you have insurance? Here's your. Can you fill out this form? Man, fuck you. Fill out a form. Who the fuck do I look like? This Big Skrells. All right? You already know who it is. You think I'm filling a form out? You think I'm waiting in line? You think I'm getting a CAT scan and fucking getting contrast agent injected? All this bullshit? Why? So I could be sure that I'm excising the right thing. Man, shut the fuck up and take this shit out right now. At least let me ultrasound it. Nattokinase. Stop the bullshit. Fucking nonsense. Read. You're coming to, it's like, you're coming to Picasso, okay? And you're like, Picasso, I got some cool art. And Picasso's like, what? Fucking, what's the, what? What do you got? It's my son. He made finger paintings. Isn't this beautiful? Picasso's just like, yeah, it's a masterpiece. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. All right. Fucking nattokinase. Yeah, light bulb. I mean, I'm long some of the stocks. I mean, it's very hard to tell what's going to happen. I probably don't want to share all of my thoughts, but oh man, my knee. It's possible, Bubba. It's possible. Nobody's thinking about stuff like that, so pretty clever hypothesis. You never know. Yeah, I said peak cyclone. I'm here balls to the wall, balls to the wall long. See my son out trade me. It won't take very long. Fucking sings first trade. Dad, I'm up 30%. I'm like, oh, that's great, son. Dad, I made even more money. Oh, really? Yeah, I shorted your best picks. What the fuck? Go to your room, son. I bought a new house, so I have a new room. What the hell? Listen, Bud, can I see your stock picks? No way, Dad. You told me never to give anybody your alpha. God damn it. I'd be proud too, but I'd be a little jealous and competitive. Did I look at any companies today? Yes, sir. Looked at Analog Devices, which I promptly shorted. Samsung. Ah, BTQ, the best short in the market. Just reminded me. And Lays, Laes. Those things are just dog shit. Too many public quantum stocks now. It's really hard for any of them to be worth anything. There's like a million of them, and private ones too. It's over. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I haven't looked at Circle in a while. Dequantavius, Cubidius. Da 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 bum bum. Da 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 da. Squilliam Bud Bud Daquan Cubidius the Third. Easy money stacks. So easy. Leading the league in three-pointers from Duke, Cubidius Johnson. I'm short Intel. We're still getting the data. The advisory committee for Capper is coming up.
I think the FDA is very skeptical, to be honest. It'll probably surprise people just how skeptical they are, but I'm guessing. I'm literally guessing. I have no fucking idea. I haven't looked at Samsung SDI. I'm not really short quantum in size. I'm short quantinium. Quantum's sort of been smacked the last few months, so I don't want to lean in on a short just yet because they've been known, these stocks have been known to kind of bounce back quickly. But it could be over. Could be over for quantum. I just don't know. QCLS is good. I can't really say anything about it. I mean, I keep wanting to talk about it, but not much I could say. Hard at work. NVIDIA's not going up anymore. We'll have to see. Oklo and Bloom are just shit shows. League of Legends? I'm not very good at League. Yeah, I don't think Capper's going to run up again. I think it's run down into the AdCom for a reason. All right, guys, I'm going to do some meetings. I'll be back tomorrow. Check out goodlterminal.com. Happy trading. See you guys soon.